There is a moment, very quiet, almost invisible, when something inside you begins to change. Not when the world finally understands you, not when everything falls into place, not when you suddenly become more capable, more confident, or more certain, but when, for the first time, you begin to believe yourself, not loudly, not completely, but just enough. Enough to take one step without asking if it is allowed. Enough to listen to a voice inside you, even if it trembles. Enough to try without needing to know how it will end. Most people spend much of their lives waiting for approval, waiting for clarity, waiting for a sign that says, "Now you are ready." But that sign rarely comes, because belief does not arrive from outside. It does not come from praise or success or perfect timing. It begins in a much quieter place, a place we often ignore, a place we often doubt, a place that asks for nothing more than a small willingness to trust what is already there. In the Buddhist path, we are reminded that the mind creates many stories. Stories about who we are. Stories about what we can or cannot do. Stories that sound so familiar, we begin to believe they are true. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not good enough. I might fail. These thoughts can feel real, convincing, protective even, but beneath them, there is something else. Something quieter, something steady, something that does not shout, but does not disappear. A knowing, not of certainty, but of possibility. And when we begin to trust that, even a little, something changes. Not all at once. Not in a way others can see, but in small, almost invisible ways. We hesitate less. We listen more. We begin where we once delayed. We continue where we once stopped. Tonight's stories are about those moments. Not the moments where everything is figured out, but the moments where something inside finally says, "You can." Even if the voice is soft, even if doubt is still there, even if nothing is guaranteed. Because belief in yourself is not the absence of fear. It is the willingness to move, with fear still present. It is the quiet decision to stop waiting for permission, to stop asking the world to confirm what only you can begin. So, if you are listening tonight, and there is a part of you that still hesitates, a part that still waits, a part that still wonders if you are ready, let these stories meet you there. You do not need to become someone new. You do not need to remove all doubt. You do not need to be certain. maybe all you need is to begin trusting one small thing, one feeling, one moment where you choose to believe just a little. As your body begins to rest, as your breath slows gently, allow yourself to soften. There is nothing to prove here, nothing to achieve, only to listen, only to receive, only to rest into the quiet possibility that something within you is already enough to begin. In our first story, we meet a man who has spent his entire life waiting for permission to act, to choose, to move forward. But one day, he realizes something that changes everything. No one was ever going to give it to him. And in that realization, something begins. Story 1. The Man Who Stopped Asking for Permission. There was a man who rarely moved without first checking if it was acceptable. Not in an obvious way. He did not ask people directly, not most of the time. But inside, there was always a quiet question. Is this okay? Will they agree? Am I allowed to do this? This question followed him everywhere. In small decisions, in large ones, in conversations, in silence. Even when no one was watching, he still felt as if someone was, as if his choices needed to be approved before they could be real. He had learned this slowly, not from a single moment, but from many small experiences. Times when his ideas were dismissed, times when his choices were corrected, times when it felt safer to wait than to act. So he became careful, measured, thoughtful, in a way that looked like wisdom from the outside. But inside, it was something else. It was hesitation, a constant pause before every step, not to understand, but to seek permission. His life moved forward, but slowly, not because he lacked ability, but because he rarely trusted himself enough to begin. He would think, plan, consider, and then wait, sometimes for the right moment, sometimes for the right sign, sometimes for someone else to say, yes, go ahead. And when that didn't come, he stayed where he was, not stuck, but not fully moving either. Some people saw him as patient, others saw him as cautious, but he knew the truth. He was waiting, always waiting. One afternoon, he found himself sitting in a quiet place. Nothing special, just a bench beneath a tree, a place people pass through without much attention. He had come there not with intention, but because he didn't know where else to go. There was something he had been thinking about for a long time. a decision, not urgent, but important, something he felt drawn toward, and yet had not allowed himself to begin. He had gone over it many times, weighed every possibility, imagined every outcome, asked others indirectly what they thought, and still he had not moved because one thing was missing: permission. He sat there, his hands resting loosely, his thoughts moving in circles. What if it's not the right choice? What if I'm not ready? What if I should wait a little longer? These thoughts felt familiar, comfortable even. They had kept him safe for a long time, but also still. As he sat there, watching the light shift gently through the leaves, something subtle began to change. Not outside, but inside. A question appeared, different from the others, quieter, but clearer. Who are you waiting for? He didn't answer immediately. The question felt unusual, almost unfamiliar. He had never asked it that way before. He was used to asking what or when, not who. He sat with it, and slowly the realization began to form. There was no one, no specific person, no authority, no moment that would arrive and give him certainty. He had been waiting without knowing who he was waiting for something that had no clear source. And in that realization, something shifted, not dramatically, but deeply. A small discomfort, a quiet truth, that perhaps no one was coming to give him permission, not because he didn't deserve it, but because it was never theirs to give. He took a slow breath, the air cool as it entered, softer as it left, and for the first time, he considered something he had always avoided. What if I didn't need permission? The thought felt almost strange, even a little frightening, because if it were true, then there would be nothing left to wait for. No delay, no excuse, no reason to stay where he was. Only a choice. His choice. He shifted slightly on the bench, his body aware, his breath present. The decision he had been avoiding, still there, unchanged, still uncertain, still without guarantees. But something about it felt different now, not clearer, but closer, as if the distance between him and action had shortened, just a little. He did not move immediately. He did not suddenly decide. He simply sat with this new possibility that maybe, just maybe, he had been allowed all along and had simply never believed it. The realization did not change him immediately. It did not suddenly make him confident. It did not remove his hesitation. The next day, He woke up the same way he always had, with thoughts already forming, with small decisions waiting to be made, with that familiar feeling of needing to be sure before beginning. At first, nothing seemed different. He moved through his morning as usual, slow, careful, measured. But something had shifted beneath the surface, because now he could see it. The habit, the waiting, the subtle pause before action that had once felt invisible. Now it stood out, clear, present. He noticed it when he reached for something and hesitated. He noticed it when he wanted to speak and stopped himself. He noticed it when a thought appeared, an idea, a possibility, and was quickly followed by another. Maybe later, maybe not yet. Maybe I should check first. These thoughts had always been there, but now they were visible. And because they were visible, they were no longer automatic. That morning, something small happened. So small, it could have easily been ignored. He was about to send a message, a simple one, not important, not complicated. And yet, he paused. His fingers hovered over the screen. The familiar question appeared. Is this the right thing to say? Will this be received well? Should I change it? He felt the hesitation, clear, recognizable. And then something else appeared. Who are you waiting for? The same question, quiet but steady. He took a breath, not to force himself forward, but to stay present with what was happening. The hesitation did not disappear. It remained. But now there was space around it, and in that space, he saw something he had never clearly seen before. The hesitation was not protecting him. It was delaying him, keeping him in a place of uncertainty, even when the action itself was simple. He looked at the message again. Nothing needed to be perfect. Nothing needed approval. It was just a message. And so, slowly, he pressed send. A small action, almost nothing. But inside, something moved. Slight shift, a quiet release. Not because the outcome mattered, but because he had acted without waiting. He put the phone down, and for a moment he sat there, not proud, not excited, just aware that something had been different. As the day continued, he began to notice more moments like this, small, frequent, almost constant. The habit of waiting was everywhere, in how he walked, in how he chose, in how he responded, and each time he noticed it, he had a choice. Wait, as he always had, or move, even slightly, without permission. He did not always choose to move. Sometimes the habit was too strong. Sometimes the fear of being wrong held him in place. And that was okay, because now, even when he waited, he knew he was waiting. And that awareness itself was already a change. Later that afternoon, he found himself facing something slightly more difficult, a decision he had been postponing. Not large, but meaningful. The kind of decision that usually kept him in thought for a long time. He sat with it. The old patterns began to rise. Think more, consider more, wait a little longer. But this time, something interrupted them. Not forcefully, just enough. What are you waiting for? He didn't rush. He didn't push himself. He simply stayed with the question, breathing, feeling the uncertainty, allowing the discomfort of not knowing. And slowly, something became clear. There would never be a perfect moment. There would never be complete certainty. There would never be a point where all doubt disappeared. Because that was not how life worked. And if he kept waiting for that, he would keep waiting forever. He took a breath, then another, and gently, he made the decision. Not because he was sure, but because he was willing. That was all. Willing to move, willing to trust, just a little, willing to stop waiting. The moment passed. Nothing dramatic happened. The world did not change. But inside, something settled. A small piece of trust, not strong, not unshakable, but real. And as the evening came, he sat quietly, reflecting, not in thought, but in feeling. The day had not been perfect. He had hesitated many times. He had still waited, still doubted, still questioned. But something had begun. A new pattern, a different way of moving. Not by removing hesitation, but by not always obeying it. And in that quiet shift, something important had taken root. Not confidence, not certainty, but the beginning of belief. A few days later, the moment came. Not planned, not prepared, but clear. The kind of moment he would usually delay. Think about it. Postpone until it felt safer, until it felt right, until he felt ready. But this time, something was different. He saw it as it was. A simple opportunity to act. Nothing perfect, nothing guaranteed. Just a step. And immediately, the old pattern returned. Strong, familiar. Wait, think a little more. Make sure this is the right choice. His body felt it. A slight tension, a pause. That instinct to step back instead of forward. And for a moment, he almost did. He almost returned to what he had always done. But then something appeared. Not confidence, not certainty, just a quiet remembering. You don't need permission. It didn't remove the fear. It didn't answer the questions. It didn't make things clear. But it changed something subtle. It removed the need to wait. He stood there, feeling both things at once. The hesitation and the possibility, the fear and the willingness, neither disappeared. They existed together, and in that space, he made a choice. Not a perfect one, not a fully confident one, just a small movement forward. He acted, simply, directly, without asking anyone, without checking again, without waiting for a better moment. And as soon as he did, something shifted. Not outside. Nothing dramatic happened. No immediate reward. No clear result. But inside, there was a release. A quiet loosening. As if something that had been held tightly for a long time had finally been set down. He took a breath, and it felt different. Not deeper, but freer. Because for the first time, he had acted from himself, not from approval, not from expectation, not from waiting, but from a place that had always been there, quietly. He stood still for a moment, letting the feeling settle. It was not overwhelming, not powerful, just steady. And then, something unexpected happened. The fear that had seemed so large before began to fade. Not completely, but enough for him to see it clearly. It had not been protecting him. It had been holding him in place. And now that he had moved, even slightly, it no longer had the same power. He walked away from the moment, not rushing, not looking back, just continuing. And with each step, something became clearer. Belief in himself did not arrive before action. It arrived through it, not all at once, but in small pieces. Each time he moved without waiting, each time he chose without asking, each time he trusted, even a little. That evening, he sat quietly, the same way he had before. But this time, something felt different. Not in his life, not in his circumstances, but in his relationship with himself. There was less distance, less doubt, less need to look outside for confirmation. He was still uncertain, still learning, still imperfect, but he was no longer waiting in the same way. And that changed everything, because now the path ahead was no longer blocked by permission. It was open, not easy, not clear, but available. And for the first time, that was enough. In the next story, we meet a woman who has always ignored her inner voice. Until one day, she decides to listen. Story 2. The woman who trusted her quiet voice. There was a woman who had learned over time not to trust what she felt, not because she wanted to ignore herself, but because, again and again, she had been told, directly or indirectly, that what she felt was not enough, not clear enough, not logical enough, not reliable enough. So she learned to look outside instead, for answers, for direction, for confirmation. Whenever she had to make a decision, she did not begin with herself. She began with questions. What do others think? What is the safest option? What makes the most sense? And in doing so, she slowly moved further away from something very quiet inside her. A voice, not loud, not forceful, not always clear, but present. A voice that would appear in small moments, a gentle pull toward something, a subtle discomfort with something else, a feeling that could not always be explained, but could be felt. At first, she noticed it, but over time, she stopped listening, because it often disagreed with what made sense. It didn't always align with what others advised. It didn't always offer certainty. And so, she began to trust it less and less, until eventually, it became something she barely heard at all. Her life continued. She made good decisions, responsible ones, reasonable ones. From the outside, everything seemed fine, stable, structured, predictable. But inside, there was a quiet disconnect, not pain, not confusion, just a subtle feeling that something was missing. Something she could not name, something she could not fix, because she did not know where to look. One afternoon, she found herself in the middle of a decision. Not urgent, not dramatic, but important enough to matter. She had two options. Both made sense. Both had clear advantages. And as always, she began the process she knew well. She listed the pros and cons. She thought about outcomes. She imagined what others might say. She even asked a few people for their opinions. Each response added more information, more perspective, more reasons to choose one over the other. And yet, something felt unsettled. Not wrong, but not fully right. She sat with it, trying to think her way through, trying to find the correct answer. But the more she thought, the less clear it became. Her mind grew crowded, filled with possibilities, with doubts, with questions that led to more questions. And then something unexpected happened. In the middle of all that thinking, there was a small pause. Just a moment, a break in the noise. And in that pause, something appeared. A feeling, quiet, simple, almost easy to overlook. It didn't explain anything. It didn't argue. It didn't provide reasons. It just pointed softly toward one direction. She noticed it, but immediately her mind responded, "That doesn't make sense. You need more information. You should think about this more carefully." The familiar pattern, the dismissal, the return to thinking, and just like that, the feeling faded. She continued analyzing, continued comparing, continued trying to be certain, but something had changed, because now she had seen it. That quiet voice, still there, still present, even after all this time. She paused again, not intentionally, just naturally, and once more it appeared. The same gentle pull, the same quiet knowing, not loud, not demanding, just there, waiting. For the first time in a long while, she did something different. She did not dismiss it immediately. She stayed with it, not trying to understand, not trying to explain, just feeling. Her breath slowed slightly. Her body softened, and in that space, the feeling became clearer, not in words, but in presence. It didn't promise anything. It didn't guarantee the right outcome, but it felt honest, simple, undivided, unlike the noise in her mind. She sat there between two worlds, the world of thinking and the world of feeling. One loud, one quiet, one demanding, one patient. And for the first time, she began to wonder, what if this quiet voice had always been right? Not perfectly right, not always clear, but true, in a way that thinking could not always reach. The thought stayed with her, gentle, unresolved, but alive, and something inside her began to listen again. The next day, nothing felt certain. The decision was still there, unresolved, waiting. Her mind returned to its Privechni way of working, analyzing, comparing, weighing every possibility. It was good at this, reliable, familiar, and yet, beneath it, something else remained. That quiet voice, still present, still soft, still easy to ignore. She moved through her morning carrying both the noise of thought and the subtle pull of something deeper. At times, she forgot it completely, lost again in reasoning, in logic, in the need to be sure. But then, in small moments, it returned, while pouring a cup of tea, while standing by the window, while walking from one place to another, not asking for attention, just appearing gently. And each time she noticed it, just a little more clearly, not because it had become louder, but because she had begun to listen. Later that afternoon, she sat down again with the decision, the same options, the same thoughts, the same uncertainty. But this time, she did not begin with thinking. She began with stillness. She placed her hands on her lap, took a slow breath, then another, allowing the mind to settle, even slightly. It didn't become quiet, but it softened enough. And then she asked herself a different question. Not what is the right choice, but what do I feel? The question felt unfamiliar, almost uncomfortable, because it did not ask for an answer from the mind. It asked for something else, something she had not trusted in a long time. At first, nothing came, only silence. And then, slowly, something appeared, subtle, like a whisper beneath the surface, a direction, not explained, not justified, but present. She stayed with it. Her mind responded quickly. That's not logical. You need more clarity. You might regret this. The usual voices, clear, confident, convincing. But now, she could see them. And because she could see them, she did not have to follow them immediately. She took another breath and returned, not to thinking, but to feeling. The quiet voice was still there, unchanged, unaffected by the arguments of the mind, patient, steady, and something inside her began to trust it, just a little, not fully, not without doubt, but enough. Enough to consider that maybe this was not something to solve, but something to follow. She sat there for a long time, not forcing a decision, not rushing, just staying between these two ways of knowing. And slowly, something shifted. The need for certainty began to loosen, not disappear, but soften, because she realized something simple and deeply true. She could think forever and still not be sure. But this feeling, this quiet knowing, did not require certainty. It only required trust. And trust does not come all at once. It begins in small moments, like this one. She opened her eyes. The room was the same, the options unchanged, the future still unknown. But something inside her had moved. She made the decision. not quickly, not dramatically, just clearly, without needing to explain it, without needing to defend it, without needing to be completely sure. And as soon as she did, something shifted. A quiet settling, not relief, not excitement, but alignment, as if something inside her had come back into place. She sat there for a moment, breathing softly, noticing the difference. The mind still had questions, still offered alternatives, still wondered if it was the right choice. But the feeling beneath it remained steady. And that steadiness was new, because for the first time in a long while, she had not abandoned herself. She had listened, even if only a little, even if not perfectly. And that was enough. As the evening came, she moved more gently, more aware, more connected to something she had almost forgotten. Not confidence, not certainty, but trust. Small, quiet, but real. A few days passed. At first, everything felt calm, not perfectly clear, not completely certain, but steady enough. She moved through her days with a quiet sense of alignment. The decision she had made still carried questions, but it no longer felt wrong. It simply felt hers. And that made a difference. A subtle one, but real. She noticed it in small ways, in how she spoke, in how she moved, in how she no longer replayed the decision over and over again in her mind. There was still thinking, still reflection, but less doubt, less second-guessing, less searching for something outside to confirm what she had already chosen. And for a moment, it felt like something had shifted permanently, like she had crossed into a new way of being, a place where trusting herself would now be natural, effortless, unquestioned. But then, life continued, and with it came uncertainty again. It appeared one morning quietly, a small situation, nothing dramatic, but enough to stir something inside her. A conversation, a reaction, a subtle tension she could not fully explain. And just like that, the old pattern returned. Her mind began to move quickly. Did I make the right choice? Should I have done something differently? Maybe I didn't understand things clearly enough. The thoughts came fast, familiar, convincing, and with them, the quiet voice seemed to fade, not gone, but distant, harder to hear. She felt it, the shift from trust back to doubt, from steadiness back to questioning. And for a moment, she followed it. She began to analyze again, to replay, to search for clarity in the same way she always had. And just like before, the more she thought, the less settled she felt. The noise grew, the uncertainty expanded, and something inside her tightened. But then, something small happened, so small it could have been missed. A pause, just a breath. Inhale, exhale, and in that brief moment, something returned. Not the answer, not the certainty, but the awareness. You've been here before. The thought was gentle, not critical, not judgmental, just clear. She stopped. Not everything, but enough. Enough to notice. The thoughts, the tension, the familiar movement away from herself. She took another breath, slower this time, and instead of following the thoughts, she turned her attention inward, not searching, not forcing, just listening. At first, nothing, only the noise, the questions, the doubt. But she stayed, not because it felt good, but because she remembered. This was the moment, not when things were easy, but now, when the quiet voice felt far away. She stayed with the breath. Inhale, exhale, again and again, and slowly something shifted. Not suddenly, not dramatically, but gently. The thoughts began to loosen, not disappear, but soften, create space. And in that space, something appeared, faint but present. The quiet voice, still there, unchanged, waiting. It did not argue with the thoughts. It did not try to prove anything. It simply existed, steady, patient, and something inside her recognized it, not as something new, but as something she had almost left behind. Again, she took another breath, and this time, she stayed with that feeling, the quiet knowing, not explained, not justified, but true. And slowly, the doubt began to lose its hold. Not completely, but enough. Enough for her to step out of it, to see it, to not be fully inside it. She realized something then. Something simple, but deeply important. Trust is not something you find once and keep forever. It is something you return to again and again, especially when it feels far away, especially when doubt returns, especially when the mind becomes loud again. Because belief in yourself does not mean you never question. It means you do not abandon yourself when you do. She sat there for a while, breathing softly, feeling both things at once, the doubt and the trust, and for the first time, she did not try to remove one or hold on to the other. She simply allowed both to exist, and in that allowing, something settled, not perfectly, but enough. Enough for her to continue. Later that day, she moved forward, not with complete confidence, but with quiet trust. The same trust she had touched before. The same voice she had almost missed. Still there. Still available. Still hers. And as the day came to an end, she sat quietly, not thinking, not analyzing, just being. Her breath soft, her body at ease, and inside, a quiet understanding. Believing in yourself is not a single moment. It is a relationship, one that deepens each time you choose to listen, each time you return, each time you trust, even a little. In the next story, we meet a boy who has always been afraid to try, until he realizes he does not need to be ready to begin. Story 3. The Boy Who Let Himself Try. There was a boy who believed that trying meant risking something he could not afford to lose. Not time, not effort, but something more fragile. His sense of being enough. From a young age, he had learned to be careful, not reckless, not bold, careful. He watched others before acting. He waited before speaking. He observed before participating. And most of all, he avoided trying anything he wasn't sure he could do well. Because somewhere along the way, he had begun to believe something very quietly. If I try and fail, it means something about me. Not just about the action, but about who he was. And that felt too heavy, too risky. So he found ways to stay safe. He prepared more than necessary. He practiced in private. He delayed beginnings until he felt ready. And often, he never began at all. From the outside, this looked like patience, like thoughtfulness, like discipline. But inside, it was something else. It was fear. A quiet, constant fear of not being good enough once he tried. He preferred imagining what he could do over actually doing it, because in imagination there was no failure, no judgment, no proof that he might not succeed. And so he stayed there, in the space before action, for a long time. One day, something small disrupted this pattern. He was invited to join a group activity. Nothing serious, nothing competitive, just something simple, a chance to try. He hesitated immediately. The familiar thoughts appeared. I'm not ready. What if I'm not good at it? What if I embarrass myself? He almost said no. In fact, he usually would have, but something in the moment felt different. Not easier, not safer, just possible. He didn't say yes right away. He paused. And in that pause, something appeared. A question. Not loud, not forceful, but clear. What if trying doesn't mean anything about you? He frowned slightly. The thought felt unfamiliar. He had never considered it that way. To him, trying had always carried weight, meaning, judgment. But this question softened that just a little. He stood there, caught between two ways of seeing. The old belief, if I fail, it means I'm not enough. And this new possibility, what if it doesn't mean that at all? He didn't resolve it. He didn't fully believe the new thought. But something in it stayed. And instead of saying no, he said something different. I'll try. The words felt strange, uncertain, even a little uncomfortable, because for him, trying had never been neutral. It had always been a test, but now it felt like something else, a beginning, without a guarantee, without a promise, just a step. The moment passed, the decision made. And as he walked away, something inside him felt different. Not confident, not excited, but open, as if a door he had always kept closed had been left slightly ajar. Later that day, when the time came to actually begin, the fear returned, strong, clear, familiar. His body felt it, the tension, the hesitation, the urge to step back, to say he had changed his mind, to return to safety. But this time, something else was there too. The memory of his own words, I'll try. And for the first time, those words did not feel like a test. They felt like permission to begin, without needing to succeed, without needing to prove anything, just to try. He took a breath, slow, unsteady, but real, and then he stepped forward, not ready, not certain, but willing. And in that small step, something began to change. Not his ability, not his skill, but his relationship with himself. Because for the first time, he was not waiting to be good enough to begin. He was beginning as he was, and that was new. The moment came sooner than he expected. There was no long preparation, no gradual easing into it, just a simple beginning. He stepped into the activity, and almost immediately he felt it, the unfamiliarity, the lack of control, the awareness that he didn't quite know what he was doing. His body felt slightly tense, his movements unsure. His mind quickly began to react. You're not doing this right. Everyone can see. You should have waited. The thoughts came fast, automatic. The same voice he had always listened to, and for a moment, he believed it. He felt the urge to stop, to step back, to say he wasn't ready after all, to return to the place where he felt safe, untouched by failure. But something held him there. Not confidence, not determination, just a quiet remembering. You said you would try, not succeed, not be good, just try. He took a breath, shallow, unsteady, but enough, and he continued. A few more movements, a few more attempts, and then it happened. He got it wrong, not slightly, clearly, obviously. There was no hiding it, no way to pretend it hadn't happened. For a brief moment, everything inside him tightened. This was the moment he had always avoided, the proof, the evidence, the thing he believed would confirm everything he feared. See, you're not good at this. This is why you don't try. The voice was loud, convincing, familiar, and for a second, it felt true. He paused, standing there, caught in the weight of that moment. But then, something unexpected happened. Nothing outside changed. No one rushed to reassure him. No one stopped everything. The world continued, quietly, normally, and slowly, he noticed something. The moment had passed, not completely, but enough. The mistake had happened, and yet he was still there, still standing, still breathing, still able to continue. He blinked, the realization subtle, but real. Nothing had broken, nothing had ended, nothing about him had been taken away. The fear had promised something much bigger, something more permanent, but the reality was smaller, lighter, more temporary. He took another breath, this one slightly deeper, and instead of stepping back, he tried again. Not perfectly, not confidently, but without the same weight. Because now, something had changed. Failure was no longer an idea. It was an experience. And it had not destroyed him. It had not defined him. It had simply happened and passed. He continued. More attempts, more small mistakes, more small adjustments. And with each one, the fear loosened, not gone, but weaker, less convincing, less in control. He began to notice something else too. That trying was not a single moment. It was a process, a series of small steps, some working, some not, but all part of the same movement. And for the first time, he allowed himself to be inside that process, not outside, judging it, not ahead, worrying about the outcome, but here, in the middle of it, learning, experiencing, being. Later, when it was over, He sat quietly, his body slightly tired, his mind surprisingly calm. He replayed the moment in his head, not the success, but the mistake, the moment he had always feared. And something felt different. It no longer carried the same weight. It no longer meant what he thought it would. It was just a moment, one part of something larger. And in that understanding, something softened deeply. He realized something simple but powerful. Trying does not guarantee success, but not trying guarantees nothing changes. And more than that, trying does not define who you are. It reveals what you are willing to experience. He sat there for a while, breathing gently, letting the day settle. And inside, a quiet shift had taken place, not in his ability, but in his belief. He was still unsure, still learning, still imperfect. But now, he was no longer afraid in the same way, because he had stepped into the thing he feared and found that he could remain. The next time came quietly. No announcement, no preparation. Just another moment, another chance to try. And this time, he noticed something immediately. The fear was still there, not as strong, not as overwhelming, but present. A familiar tightening in his chest, a quiet voice asking, "What if it happens again?" He recognized it now, not as something new, but as something he had already met. And because of that, it felt different, less unknown, less powerful. He stood at the edge of beginning again, not fully confident, not completely ready, but no longer frozen. The memory of the last time was still with him, not just the mistake, but what came after. That he had stayed, that he had continued, that nothing had been lost. And in that memory, there was something steady, something he could stand on. He took a breath, slow, grounded, and stepped forward again. At first, everything felt uncertain, his movements not quite smooth, his attention shifting between what he was doing and what might go wrong. But he stayed, not perfectly focused, not fully relaxed, just present enough. And then something happened. A small success, not big, not impressive, but clear. Something worked. Something aligned. Something he had struggled with before now felt slightly easier. He paused for a moment, not celebrating, not analyzing, just noticing. This too was part of trying. Not only the mistakes, but the moments that followed them, The small improvements, the subtle changes, the quiet progress that only becomes visible when you continue. He took another breath and continued, not chasing success, not avoiding failure, just moving step by step. And with each step, something inside him grew, not loudly, not dramatically, but steadily. A quiet sense of trust, not in the outcome, but in himself, that he could begin, that he could continue, that he could remain, even when things were uncertain. Later, something else happened. Another mistake. Different from before, but still clear, still visible. And for a moment, the old reaction returned. A flash of doubt, a brief tightening. But this time, it did not stay, because now he knew something he hadn't known before. This was part of it, not a sign to stop, not a reason to step back, just part of the path. He adjusted, tried again, and moved forward. Not because he had to, but because he could, and that made all the difference. As the day came to an end, he sat quietly, his body tired in a different way, not drained, but used, engaged, alive. He thought about what had changed. Not everything. He was still learning, still unsure at times, still not perfect, but something fundamental had shifted. He no longer saw trying as a risk to his worth. He saw it as a way of being, a way of meeting life, without needing to protect himself from every possible failure. And in that, something opened, a freedom he had not known before. The freedom to begin, to continue, to not know, and still move. He closed his eyes for a moment, breathing softly, and in that quiet, something became clear. Believing in yourself is not about knowing you will succeed. It is about knowing you can continue, even when you don't, even when you fail, even when things are unclear. Because belief is not built from perfection. It is built from presence, from showing up, from staying, from trying again and again. He opened his eyes, the world around him unchanged, but his place within it different, more open, more available, more real. And for the first time, he did not need to wait until he felt ready. He was already enough to begin. In the next story, we meet an old painter who has not touched his brush for many years. Until one day, he quietly begins again. Story 4. The Old Painter Who Began Again. There was an old painter who had not touched a brush in many years, not because he had lost the ability, not because he had forgotten how, but because slowly, quietly, he had stopped believing there was a reason to continue. In his younger days, painting had been everything, not in a dramatic way, not for recognition or success, but as something deeply personal, a way of seeing, a way of feeling, a way of being present with the world. He would spend hours with a single canvas, not rushing, not forcing, just observing, letting each stroke arrive when it was ready. Back then, he did not question himself. He did not ask if it was good enough. He did not compare. He simply painted. But over time, something changed. Not all at once. Not because of one moment, but through many small shifts. People began to comment, to suggest, to evaluate. Some praised him. Others offered criticism. And slowly, without realizing it, he began to listen more to those voices than to his own. At first, it seemed helpful, guidance, improvement, but gradually, it became something else. Doubt. He began to question each stroke, each color, each choice. Is this right? Is this good enough? Will this be accepted? The painting, once a quiet space of freedom, became something heavier, something measured, something judged. And one day, he stopped, not with a decision, not with a clear ending, just a quiet stopping. He told himself he would return when he felt ready, when he felt inspired, when the doubt had passed. But the years moved on, and that moment never came. The brushes remained where they were, the canvas untouched, the space silent. Until one afternoon, something small happened. He was walking slowly through his home. No urgency, no purpose, just moving. And as he passed by a corner he had not visited in a long time, he saw it. The old painting space, still there, unchanged, dust resting lightly on the surface, brushes lying where they had been left, a blank canvas, waiting. He stopped, not out of intention, but because something in him paused. He stood there for a moment, looking, not thinking, just seeing. The years between then and now felt both distant and close, as if no time had passed, and yet everything had. A thought appeared. It's too late now. Familiar, quiet, convincing. But then something else followed, not louder, but steady. Or maybe it isn't. He didn't respond. He didn't argue. He simply stood there, between those two possibilities, the past and the present, what had been and what still was. His eyes moved to the brush, then to the canvas, still blank, still open, still available. He felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Not excitement, not inspiration, but a gentle pull, a quiet invitation, not to become what he once was, not to create something great, but simply to begin. He hesitated. Of course he did. The old thoughts returned. What if it's not good anymore? What if you've lost it? What's the point now? They came easily, naturally, but this time, he did not move away. He stayed, standing there, breathing softly, feeling both the hesitation and the possibility. And slowly, something shifted. Not the thoughts, but his relationship to them. They were still there, but they no longer stopped him completely. He took one step forward, slow, uncertain, but real. He reached out, his hand hovering over the brush for a moment. Then, gently, he picked it up. The weight felt familiar, the texture unchanged, as if it had been waiting for him. He held it quietly, not moving yet, just feeling, present. And in that small moment, something returned. Not skill, not confidence, but connection to something he had not lost, only left behind. He dipped the brush into color, not thinking about what to create, not planning, just choosing. And then, slowly, he made the first stroke. It was not perfect, not precise, not meaningful in any obvious way, but it was real. And as the brush moved across the canvas, something inside him moved too. A quiet opening, a soft return. He paused, looking at the mark, not judging, not evaluating, just seeing. And then he continued. One stroke, then another. No goal, no pressure, just movement, just presence, just beginning again. And in that simple act, something changed. Not in the world, not in his past, but in this moment. He was no longer someone who used to paint. He was someone painting, even if only for a moment, even if only a little. And sometimes, that is all belief needs. Not proof, not perfection, just a beginning. The next morning, he did not rush back to the canvas. There was no urgency, no sudden need to continue. In fact, part of him wondered if what had happened the day before had been enough. A single moment, a single return. Perhaps that was all it was meant to be. He moved slowly through his morning, the same way he always had, quiet, unhurried, but something subtle had changed, not in what he was doing, but in how he was doing it. There was a slight awareness now, a softness, as if his attention had shifted just a little closer to the present. He poured water and noticed the movement. He walked across the room and felt the ground beneath his feet. These were small things, almost nothing, but they were real, and he was there with them. Later, as he passed by the corner again, he slowed. The painting space was just as he had left it, the brush resting where he placed it, the canvas still holding those first few strokes. Nothing had changed. And yet, it felt different, because now it was no longer something from the past. It was something still alive. He stood there for a moment, not thinking about what to paint, not planning, just looking. And then quietly, he stepped closer, not with intention, but with openness. He picked up the brush again. This time, the movement felt slightly easier. Not because his skill had returned, but because the distance between him and the act had shortened. He dipped the brush into color, paused, and then another stroke, then another, slow, unforced, without direction. He was not trying to create something meaningful. He was not trying to improve. He was simply moving. And as he did, something began to happen. Not in the painting, but in his hand. It started to remember. Not techniques, not rules, but something deeper. A rhythm, a familiarity, a way of moving that did not come from thinking, but from being. His hand moved more naturally, less hesitant, less controlled. And with that, his mind softened, because he was no longer trying to make something right. He was allowing something to happen. There were still moments of doubt. Of course there were. Thoughts that appeared. This doesn't look like it used to. You've lost your touch. This isn't good enough. They came quietly, but clearly, and for a moment, he felt them, the old weight, the old habit of judging. But something was different now. He did not stop. He did not put the brush down. He simply noticed the thoughts and continued. One stroke, then another, letting the movement be more important than the meaning, letting the act be enough. And slowly, the thoughts lost their hold, not gone, but softer, less convincing, less necessary. Time passed. He did not measure it. He did not check it. He simply stayed until eventually he paused, the brush resting in his hand, the canvas before him, not complete, not perfect, but alive. He stepped back slightly, looking at what he had made, not evaluating, not comparing, just seeing. And in that moment, something became clear. He was not trying to return to who he had been. That version of himself belonged to another time, another place, another set of experiences. And this was different. This was now. This was him as he was. Older, slower, more aware, more quiet. And somehow, that felt enough. He did not need to paint the same way. He did not need to create the same things. He did not need to prove that he still had what he once had. He only needed to allow what was here to be expressed, even if it was simple, even if it was small, even if it was different. He set the brush down gently, not because he was finished, but because the moment felt complete. And as he stood there, something settled inside him. A quiet understanding. Believing in himself did not mean believing he was as good as before. It meant trusting that what he could do now was enough to begin. That his value was not in comparison, not in the past, but in this present moment of expression. And that changed everything, because now there was no pressure to return, only an invitation to continue, gently, slowly, as he was. There came a day when the doubt returned more strongly than before. Not suddenly, not as a shock, but slowly, steadily, like something that had been waiting for the right moment to speak again. He stood in front of the canvas, brush in hand. The painting had grown, layer by layer, stroke by stroke, nothing remarkable, nothing that would impress anyone. But it held something quiet, something honest, something real. And yet, as he looked at it that day, a familiar voice rose within him, clear, sharp, unavoidable. This isn't good. It doesn't mean anything. You've lost what you once had. The words were not new. He had heard them before, many years ago. The same voice that had slowly led him away from painting, now it had returned. And for a moment, it felt just as convincing. He stood there, still, the brush unmoving in his hand, his eyes fixed on the canvas. And slowly, something inside him began to tighten. The old pattern, the old response, the urge to stop, to put the brush down, to walk away again. This time, perhaps for good, because now the return had been tested. And according to that voice, It had not been enough. He felt it deeply, the weight of comparison, not to others, but to himself, to who he once was, to what he once could do. And in that comparison, the present felt smaller, less, insufficient. He lowered the brush slightly, his breath shallow, his body quiet. And for a few moments, he stood there, on the edge of stopping again. But then, something small appeared, so small it could have been missed. A pause, just a breath. Inhale, slow, unsteady. Exhale, soft. And in that breath, something shifted. Not the thoughts. They were still there, still speaking, still convincing. But his attention moved from the painting to himself, to what he was feeling, to the tightness, to the pressure, to the familiar weight of needing to be something more. He stayed there, not trying to push the thoughts away, not trying to replace them, just noticing. And slowly, something became clear. The voice was not telling the truth. It was repeating something old, something learned, something that had once made him believe that his worth was tied to how good something was, how impressive, how complete. But what he had now was different. This painting was not about being good. It was about being here, about showing up, about allowing himself to create again. And that had nothing to do with perfection. He took another breath, deeper this time, and gently he lifted the brush again, not to fix the painting, not to improve it, but simply to continue. One stroke. It didn't look right. Another, still uncertain. The thoughts continued. This isn't working. You should stop. But this time, he did not obey them. He stayed with the movement, with the act, with the simple presence of doing. And slowly, something changed. Not the painting, but the weight. The pressure began to loosen, because he was no longer trying to make something good. He was allowing something to be. The brush moved more freely, less controlled, less careful, more honest. And in that, something returned. Not the skill of the past, but the freedom he once had. The freedom to create, without needing it to mean anything, without needing it to be anything, just to exist. He stepped back again, looking at the canvas. It was not perfect, not balanced, not complete, but it held something quiet, something real. And for the first time, he saw it clearly. This was enough. not because it was good, but because it was true, because it came from him as he was now, not as he used to be, not as he thought he should be, but as he was. And in that realization, something softened deeply. A long-held belief began to dissolve that he needed to be better to begin, that he needed to be as good as before, that what he created had to prove something. Now, none of that mattered, because he was no longer painting to prove. He was painting to be. He set the brush down gently, not because he was finished, but because the moment was complete. And as he stood there, something settled quietly inside him. Belief. Not loud, not absolute, but steady. He no longer needed to believe he was a great painter. He only needed to believe that he could continue, that he could begin again, that he could trust what came from him, even if it was small, even if it was imperfect, even if no one else ever saw it. And that was enough. In the final story, we follow a traveler who has always walked the path others chose for him, until one day he stops and for the first time chooses his own direction. Story 5. The Traveler Who Chose His Own Path. There was a traveler who had never truly chosen his own direction. Not because he lacked the ability, not because he had no options, but because, for as long as he could remember, the path had always been decided before he arrived. When he was young, others pointed the way. This road is safer. That one leads nowhere. This is the right direction. And so he followed. At first, without question, then later, with quiet acceptance. It seemed easier that way, to walk where others had already walked, to trust the maps that had already been drawn, to believe that someone, somewhere, knew better than he did. And for a long time, it worked. He did not get lost. He did not struggle to decide. He did not face the uncertainty of choosing. But slowly, something began to feel incomplete. Not wrong, not painful, just distant, as if he was always moving, but never quite arriving in his own life. The places he reached were real. The experiences were real. But the direction did not feel like his. Still, he continued, because stopping felt more difficult than walking, and choosing felt more uncertain than following. One day, after many years of travel, he arrived at a place where the path split. 3 directions, no signs, no markings, no indication of which way to go. He stood there, looking, waiting. Instinctively, He searched for something familiar, a guide, a sign, a trace of footsteps, but there was none. Only silence, only open space, only the quiet presence of three possible paths. The old habit appeared immediately. Wait, someone will come. There must be a right way. He stood there longer than necessary. Minutes, maybe more, expecting something to happen, for clarity to arrive, for the decision to be made easier. But nothing changed. The paths remained, unlabeled, uncertain, and slowly, something began to shift. A realization, uncomfortable, but clear. No one was coming. There would be no sign, no confirmation, no external answer, only a choice. His choice. He felt it, the weight of it, the unfamiliar feeling of being the one who decides. Not based on what is proven, not based on what is safe, but based on something else, something quieter, something he had rarely listened to. He took a breath, slow, grounded, and for the first time, instead of looking outward, he looked inward, not for logic, not for certainty, but for feeling. At first, nothing, only the echo of old habits, the desire for direction, the need to be sure. But he stayed, breathing, listening, allowing the moment to be unclear. And then something appeared, subtle, almost invisible, a quiet pull, not toward all paths, but toward one. He noticed it, but immediately doubt followed. What if it's wrong? What if the other path is better? What if you regret this? The familiar voices, strong, convincing, but now he could see them, not as truth, but as fear, and for the first time, he did not follow them immediately. He stayed with the feeling, the quiet pull, not louder, not stronger, but steady. He looked at the path again. Nothing had changed. It still held no guarantee, no promise, no certainty. And yet, something inside him had. He realized something simple. There is no path without risk, but there is a difference between walking someone else's path and choosing your own. One avoids uncertainty, the other includes it. He took another breath, and slowly he stepped forward toward the path he had felt, not confidently, not without doubt, but willingly. And as his foot touched the ground, something shifted, not outside. The path remained the same, but inside, there was a quiet alignment, a sense that, for the first time, he was not just moving, he was choosing. And in that choice, something began. Not certainty, not clarity, but trust. At first, nothing felt certain. The path he had chosen did not reveal anything immediately. No clear direction. No reassurance that he had made the right choice. Just a quiet road stretching forward without guidance. He walked slowly, not because he intended to, but because something in him had changed. He was no longer rushing toward an outcome. He was paying attention. The ground beneath his feet, the sound of each step, the movement of his breath. These things had always been there, but before, they had been background. Now, they were part of the experience. Still, the doubt remained. It walked beside him, soft at first, then louder. What if this leads nowhere? What if the other path was better? You could turn back. He felt it, the pull, the temptation to return to the place of certainty, to go back, to choose again, to avoid the discomfort of not knowing. He slowed just slightly and stood still, the path behind him still visible, the path ahead still unknown. And for a moment, he was between both, neither moving forward nor going back. Just here. He took a breath. Inhale. The air cool. Exhale. The body softening. And in that moment, something became clear. Going back would not remove uncertainty. It would only replace one unknown with another. Because even if he chose a different path, he would still wonder, still question, still not know for sure. There was no path without doubt, only paths where doubt was followed or understood. He took another breath, and gently he turned his attention inward, not to find an answer, but to feel what was already there. The hesitation, the fear, the quiet desire to be certain, and beneath it, something else. The same feeling that had guided him before, still present, still quiet, still steady. He noticed it, stayed with it, and slowly, the urge to turn back softened, not disappeared, but less urgent, less convincing. He opened his eyes. The path ahead had not changed, still without signs, still without guarantees. But something inside him had settled, not fully, but enough to continue. He took a step forward, then another, not with confidence, but with willingness. And as he walked, something unexpected began to happen. He started to notice things, small things, The way the light touched the ground, the sound of the wind moving through distant leaves, the subtle changes in the path itself. Nothing remarkable, nothing extraordinary, but present, real, and somehow meaningful. Not because they led him somewhere, but because they were here, with him. He realized something then. When he had followed other paths, he had always been looking ahead, focused on where he was going, what was next, what he would reach. But now, without signs, there was nothing to look for, so his attention returned to where he was. And in that return, the journey felt different, not like something to complete, but something to experience, step by step, moment by moment. Time passed. He did not measure it. He did not count the distance. He simply walked. And each time doubt appeared, he noticed it. Each time uncertainty arose, he stayed with it, not resisting, not following, just allowing it to be part of the path. And slowly, something began to change. Not the path, but his relationship to it. He no longer needed it to be clear. He no longer needed it to be certain. He only needed to continue. That evening, as the light softened and the world grew quiet, he stopped. Not because he had reached a destination, but because the day had come to an end. He sat down, looking at the path behind him, then ahead, both equally unknown. And yet, something felt different. He was no longer searching for the right path. He was walking his path, and that made all the difference. The next morning, the road was the same, quiet, open, uncertain. Nothing had appeared overnight to confirm that he had chosen correctly. No sign, no marker, no indication that this path would lead somewhere meaningful. And yet, something felt different. Not outside, but within him. He stood for a moment before walking, breathing slowly, feeling the stillness of the early morning. And for the first time, he did not look ahead to measure the distance. He simply noticed where he was. The ground beneath his feet, the air around him, the quiet presence of being here before moving anywhere else. Then, gently, he began to walk, his steps steady, unforced. And with each step, something became clearer. The doubt had not disappeared. It still appeared, still asked questions, still wondered if another path might have been better. But now, it no longer controlled him. It walked beside him, not in front, not pulling him away, just present. And that changed everything, because he no longer needed to eliminate doubt to continue. He only needed to not follow it. As the day went on, he came across something unexpected. Another traveler, walking in the opposite direction. Their paths crossed naturally, without intention, without planning. They stopped for a moment, acknowledging each other quietly. "Where does this road lead?" the other traveler asked. The question felt familiar. One he had asked many times before. And for a moment, he almost answered the same way. "I'm not sure." But something stopped him. Not hesitation, but awareness. He looked at the path, then back at the traveler, and gently he said, "I don't know where it ends, but it's where I'm walking." The words surprised him, not because they were wrong, but because they were true, in a way he had never spoken before. The other traveler nodded, satisfied, and continued on. And as he watched them walk away, something settled more deeply inside him. He realized something he had never understood before. The value of a path is not only in where it leads, but in whether it is yours. He continued walking. The same road, the same uncertainty, but no longer the same experience, because now he was not searching for confirmation. He was living the choice he had made, and in that, something quiet began to grow. Not certainty, but trust, not in the outcome, but in himself, that he could choose, that he could continue, that he could remain, even when things were unclear. Later that day, he reached a place where the road became less defined. The path narrowed, the ground uneven, less traveled, and for a moment, the doubt returned more strongly. This might not be the right way. It's becoming harder. You could still turn back. He stopped, looking ahead, then behind. The old pattern waited, ready, familiar, but this time, he did something different. He did not immediately decide. He did not react. He simply stood there, breathing, feeling, allowing the moment to be uncertain. And then he asked himself something simple. Does this still feel like my path? Not logically, not with proof, but quietly, honestly. And the answer came, not in words, but in feeling. Yes, not perfect, not guaranteed, but true. He took a breath and stepped forward again, not because he knew where it would lead, but because he trusted the direction. And as he walked, something became clear in a way it never had before. Believing in yourself does not mean knowing you are right. It means trusting that you can choose and continue, even without knowing, even without proof, even without certainty. because the path becomes yours, not when it is confirmed, but when you walk it and stay and continue step by step, moment by moment. That evening, as the light softened and the world grew quiet once more, he sat down, not at the end of the journey, but in the middle of it. And for the first time, he did not feel like he was on his way somewhere else. He felt like he was exactly where he needed to be, not because it was the right place, but because it was his place, his path, his direction, and that was enough. Tonight, as these stories come to rest, there is nothing you need to figure out. No decision you must make. No certainty you must find. Only something gentle to feel. You have heard about a man who stopped waiting for permission. A woman who began to trust her quiet voice. A boy who allowed himself to try. An old painter who began again. And a traveler who chose his own path. None of them became fearless. None of them removed all doubt. None of them found perfect clarity. They simply began to trust something small, something quiet, something that had always been there. Themselves. In Buddhism, we are reminded that the mind will always create doubt. It will question, compare, search for certainty. This is its nature. But beneath that, there is something deeper, a quiet knowing, not loud, not forceful, but steady. And when we begin to listen to that, even just a little, something changes. We stop waiting. We stop asking for proof. We stop needing everything to be clear before we move. And instead, we take one step, then another, not because we are sure, but because we trust enough. Tonight, you do not need to believe in yourself completely. You do not need to remove all doubt. You do not need to be ready. Maybe all you need is one small moment, one breath, inhale, soft, gentle, exhale, letting go. Maybe one quiet thought. I can begin, not perfectly, not confidently, but honestly. As your body begins to rest, allow the shoulders to soften, the jaw to release, the breath to slow. There is nowhere else to go, nothing else to prove, no path you need to choose right now. Only this moment, only this breath, only this quiet space where you can begin to trust just a little. And as sleep gently comes closer, let that be enough. Not a full belief, not a final answer, just a beginning. Because sometimes that is where everything changes. you.